Hello, my name is Brian Bowen. Welcome back to my channel, and this is part 4 of my debate review with YouTuber Anuj Agarwal um, from India. And I was debating him for over 2 weeks. We together, few of them were corresponding posts, but most of them were debate related posts, and we post about 220 posts between us. Going back and forth, debating. So I've been doing this debate review video concerning that. It's the fourth one. I'm gonna try to see if I can finish it off in this one. If not, there'll be a part 5, but I'm gonna try to see if I can finish this off. All right. Okay, we got probably about 4 more rounds left, I think. We were gonna do 2 more rounds with me and then him and then closing, but then I wanted to go 1 more round, and so we went 1 more round about. Um, and so that consists of a series of posts applying to all the ones he already did, and he applied to all the ones I already did, and then we were supposed to do the conclusion, but then we went 1 more round, so he did all the ones I did the next time around, and then I did all the ones he did, or vice versa. He did all the ones I did, and then I did all the or I did all the ones he did, and then he did all the ones I did. He had the last rebuttals, the final rebuttals, and then I did the closing argument. And then I ended it, and we actually ended it peacefully and civilly. We were very civilized to each other. We obviously had problems with each other's arguments, but not with each other personally. Uh, so I just want to continue addressing that, and again, make the distinction. It's nothing personal against Anuj. And I don't know how to pronounce his name properly, so I might not be pronouncing it properly. I don't know how to speak the language of India, and but I've been pronouncing it Anuj Agrawal. Y'all can tell me in the comments if y'all know the proper way to pronounce that. Some cultures don't even pronounce the J, so I don't know if you pronounce the J or not pronounce the J. So I don't know. But this is the way it's looking at to me in English, and this is the best way I know to pronounce it. But so forgive me if I don't pronounce it correctly. And if Anna is watching that, hope you understand it's not intentional. But this the best way I can do it is the easiest way to roll it off the tongue. Okay, this is what I put to Anna on my rebuttal. Okay, so I guess we're staying on the Gospels now because we've been on the Gospel for a little bit. I don't want to dwell too much into this subject because this was not the thing which prompted this debate. We debate about everything we disagree with. We might be doing this debate until both of us is dead, and I do have other things I want to do. But let's do this. No, it doesn't mean they're making stuff up. Multiple attestation has nothing to do with one's bias. Responding to what he's saying about having multiple sources. The reason why we want multiple sources is because they increase the probability that something is true. Because you can have multiple Christian sources and it can still increase the probability. And even scholars that use multiple attestation does it this way as well. Same thing with non-Christian sources, multiple sources. You could have Christian and non-Christian. You could have just Christian, you could have just non-Christian, but multiple sources always increase the probability that it's true. Doesn't guarantee that it's true. Matt Dillahunty appears to, I know this ain't Matt Dillahunty I'm debating, but in the debate that Matt Dillahunty did with Jonathan McClattchie, as well as other debates he's done, he appears to deny multiple attestation. He also appears to deny criterion of embarrassment. Somehow he wants it guaranteed to him. He wants it absolutely true. And he says, well, just because 4 people say it, don't make it true. Well, it's not that it guarantees that it's true, because historians work off of probabilities. It increases the probability that it's true. That's the idea behind multiple attestation. And I think Matt misunderstands. Well, I don't know if he misunderstands it or if it's just because of his epistemology, because he wants it absolutely certain. And this is the really big deal about his epistemology, because half his epistemology is I want it absolutely certain. The other epistemology says, nope, nothing can be proven to me absolutely certain. So if nothing can be proven to you absolutely certain, then how can anything be proven to you at all? Well, that's the point. Nothing can be proven to him at all, because he thinks nothing can be proven absolutely certain, but he wants them to be proven with absolute certainty, and they can't be in his epistemology. So as a result, nothing can ever be proven to him. And so his epistemology set up right off the bat to fail. And I think that's an unsound epistemology, because your epistemology has to be set up so you can at least be open to evidence. He says he's not like, Anuj says he's not like Matt Dillahunty. He is open to evidence and then changing his mind, and there are things that can convince him that he's wrong. That's what he says later. I don't know if he already said it or if he says it later on. All right. I said multiple attestation has nothing to do with bias. Historians prefer more than one source to help verify a count, but the lack thereof doesn't deconfirm it, which is true. We have sources that only have one source that says it, like in the case of destruction of Jerusalem in AD 70 by Josephus. He's our primary source. We don't have any other historical sources to name that identifies the destruction of Jerusalem AD 70. He is it. The fact that we only have one source, does that make it not true? No. And by the way, they don't count archaeology as a source. I think he comes back something with there is archaeological data for Josephus. Well, yeah, there's some archaeological evidence for the destruction of Jerusalem AD 70, but that's not the point. Archaeology is historical sources. They don't consider archaeology and history are two different things. And archaeology itself has to be interpreted, ironically. But historical sources, we have only one actual source that details specifics of that destruction, and that's Josephus. We don't have any other. We don't count archaeology as historical sources. There are archaeological evidence, but it's not historical sources, not historical evidence. All right, okay, we don't look for multiple independent sources in order to keep their biases in check. We do so because it increases the probability that something's true. I already mentioned that. Okay, let's fast forward. It doesn't demonstrate the cause. Most sources, okay, I already mentioned a lot of this stuff. I mentioned, see, is making his information wrong. Okay, see, let's back up. Okay, in most sources we have is from a single source, such as destruction of Jerusalem in AD 70, mentioned already, in which Josephus is our primary source, and his bias is in favor of Roman Empire has been well documented. But we still trust him as a source. All him being biased does is create a lean in favor of the Roman Empire. What it does not do is make his information wrong, which is what you were disagreeing with at the beginning of your post, which he did. He disagreed with it. He says that he thinks it makes it wrong. And he later says, oh, no, I'm not saying that, but I read it to you. He did say it. In part 3 of this video series. That's the point I think you're not getting. You said that people who are biased will write what they are biased about, which is true, except the underlying assumption that you have that someone can write unbiasedly, no such thing, but that's the point. Do you expect someone to write a biography of Jesus who didn't have any motivation such as belief in him? That would be a bit of anachronistic. By the way, we have reports from Titanic survivors on what happened on the Titanic, and they are all from survivors. Nobody concludes this means we can't trust them because they're biases. The only kinds of reports we're going to trust are the ones from persons who were there. Who are you going to likely trust? Someone who was there, a biased survivor of a wreck that you didn't witness? Or the report of an alleged unbiased person who wasn't even on the Titanic? You didn't witness, or a report of an alleged unbiased person who wasn't even on the Titanic. You're likely going to agree with the survivor. Again, a source that is singularly attested is not wrong because it does not have other sources. We would have to reject over half of history on that criteria, especially ancient history, where single sources are the norm. Either way, you are missing the point, okay? You seem to think being biased guarantees that they lie unless you have a bias in the opposite direction, correct? How does it guarantee it? Me and you both bias in favor of our positions. We both think our positions are correct. Does that mean that one of us is lying, intentional fabrication? Let me get more specific with it. You are biased, but does that mean you are lying? Should anyone reading our posts and discussions trust a single thing that you are saying? This is where I'm exposing his self-refuting nature of the argument. According to your argument, they shouldn't. You see the point? Your whole argument is self-refuting because it shoots itself in its own foot. Because if bias means lying or having inaccurate information, ergo, no one should trust a single thing that you said, including about biases guaranteeing that one is lying or wrong. Now, he'll come back and say he never said that, which I showed you that he did. But he'll sit there and say he never said that. And he will argue that he just thinks bias makes someone unreliable. The same argument still applies. How do I know he's not unreliable? I don't have any other sources that, like, someone who's against his position say, yeah, I think he's trustworthy. Nobody's saying that. He is saying that bias is unreliable, and based on what he's saying, I should think he's unreliable. Then why should I trust him on what he says about bias? So the argument still stands either way, even if you think it makes it unreliable, which it doesn't, because if it did make it unreliable, we couldn't trust anything in ancient history, because everything in ancient history would be unreliable. In fact, anything in history, anything written in modern time would be unreliable by his definition. All right, first, how can one not that they're lying in the first place? I think I must be not know that they're lying in the first place. Lying is intentional deception. If they didn't know that they were lying, then it wouldn't be lying. They'd be wrong, which is different category from lying. Lying is intentional fabrication. Obviously, if it's not intent, if they didn't mean to lie, it wouldn't be a lie. It'd be inaccurate information, maybe. They could be wrong, but it wouldn't be lying. In the later, the person's information would be inaccurate, not them trying to intentionally deceive. If you're accusing them of this, then the burden of proof is on you. What evidence do you have that they were wrong or even lying? Secondly, again, being biased does not mean they will be lying or have inaccurate information. Let me put it another way for you to understand it. A person's bias doesn't render the information inaccurate or cause the information to be fabricated. Most people aren't habitual liars, although sometimes people do lie, even in the ancient world, but this means that they knew what lying was. They weren't people who confused about the difference. He seemed to be arguing before this. I think he'll argue differently, but he argued before this that they were just didn't know what the difference between lying and telling the truth was, is the way he was arguing before. Now, after this, he might try to bend that a little bit. But this means that they knew what lying was. They weren't people who was confused about the difference. At the end of any reasonable study of the New Testament would yield that the New Testament writers saw their theological views in light of the historical reality of events. Like seeing Jesus dying by crucifixion as Jesus dying for the sins of the world, or our faith in salvation from sins rooted in the historical reality of the resurrection. See Paul's comments on this in 1 Corinthians 15, where he saw our theological truths being rooted in the historical reality of the resurrection. 4, it is not incorrect. I have studied Bart Ehrman's arguments for longer than any other critic in New Testament, which is why I mention him so much. But he is inconsistent with his picking and choosing of historical sources. Other critics are often in the same boat, although Richard Carrier appears to be more consistent than Bart Ehrman. This is also a reason why Christians often always accuse skeptics of having double standards. One standard for the New Testament and a different standard for everything else. You said, generally speaking, some conclusions, I'm quoting him, generally speaking, some conclusions can be drawn from biased sources in which the conclusion has nothing to do with bias, end quote. But what about conclusions that do? Our best sources for the Holocaust come from Jewish sources, from people that survived concentration camps. How are they deriving at the conclusion that has nothing to do with their bias? I think your statement appears to be doing what is called a cherry picking. where you cite the data that is favorable to you, but ignore the data that's not. 5, it seemed to me like you started out this response by arguing in the reverse. Josephus was a Jew, not a Christian. His bias, I already mentioned this. I'm not going to go back over this again because I did actually mention that when that post came. 6, yes, because I will have presented historical evidence on this. This might be answering to his thing on sources. By the way, the only thing you can do with the 70 AD date thing is cite liberal scholars that agree with you. Yeah, this is responding to that because it's responding to his question of, do I need to cite sources? And I said, yes, you do. All right. It says, okay, it's cite liberal scholars that agree with you, not historical sources which agree with me. Of course, I can cite scholars that agree with me on the conservative dates, but I am focused on the evidence. Again, if you are counting heads, then historical consensus would be between AD 65 and AD 70, where most liberals falling at AD 70 and most conservatives falling at AD 65. The point is that we both can cite scholars that agree with us, but where does the evidence point is the question. I gave you evidence. Where's your evidence for a 70 AD date? By the way, even if the Gospel of Mark did date to AD 70, this puts Gospel within 40 years of the events, which is considerably early by both ancient standards and modern standards. I'm not exactly sure if you ever really responded to that one. There are people that are still being interviewed for the Vietnam War. Do you want to know what our earliest biography is for Alexander the Great? Arius and Plutarch, writing about 350 to 450 years after he had lived. I probably should have led with that little that tidbit. 70 or 7. No, I am not applying modern standards. Greco-Roman biographies were ancient biographies that were written within the early period of Roman history. Inserting the standard of modern biographies is what skeptics do, like Bart Ehrman, who have a habit of reading modern standards back into the Gospels. This, however, is not what I'm doing. This is why I keep speaking about ancient biographies, Greco-Roman biographies, and living memory. I am taking these things as literature that is written in that period of time and is understood by the people of the time as biographies, or what they call lives. I agree with almost all scholars on this that the Gospels are Greco-Roman biographies, so their intent was to record history. We can compare them to the Greco-Roman biographies. This again, me dishing out evidence. He says I didn't dish out evidence for them being Greco-Roman biographies, but I did multiple times. Because all you have to do is contrast them with ancient biographies, and you know that they're much more closer to ancient biographies. Other Greco-Roman biographies, and see vast similarities between them. In addition to this, these should be classified under the subclassification of Greco-Roman biographies written within a period of time called living memory, which sources like Plutarch tells us are much more reliable on their sources because they are closer to our own time. Also, citing a publication that is not scholarly article would be like me citing Christianity Today. I mentioned that. And he throws up, oh, I cited Stanley Porter. He never even said he cited Stanley Porter. He cited a Christian publication, but he didn't say who was actually writing the article, which was very tricky because he knew he had the last post. Now, I did have an opportunity, I guess I would say. I didn't think about it, but I had an opportunity when I decided to go one more round to mention Stanley Porter, and I forgot to mention that reference. Because my mind got caught up on all the other stuff and trying to get done. And there were some other issues that I really wanted to focus on. And so naturally, he brings up Stanley Porter again in his final rebuttals. But I can't really blame him much on that. That was partly my fault. I should have dealt with that whole Stanley Porter thing when he gave me another chance to go around again. But here, remember, this was supposed to be my last rebuttal, okay, before he decided to go around. And then he goes back in his last rebuttal, or what was supposed to be his last rebuttal, and says, oh, well, I mentioned Stanley Porter. Well, he didn't tell me he mentioned Stanley Porter. He just mentioned the article. That's all he did. He didn't even tell me where it was located. He didn't tell me who wrote it. He didn't tell me any of those things. He does in his last rebuttal to mention it, but I didn't know that at this time. But just the same, it's not very convincing. To start with, it's appeal to authority, because just because Stanley Porter says something doesn't make it true. So yeah, it's appeal to authority either way. You still need evidence. That's the bottom line. But you would question it. He would question it if I quoted Christianity Today to him. So I don't know why he thinks I'm just supposed to just up and say, "Oh, I believe anything Stanley Porter says." So let's put a dunce head on my head and just, be super gullible or something. No, that's not how this works. All right. Okay. I don't know who wrote the article. I said I don't know who wrote the article here. That should tell you that I did not have no knowledge of who wrote the article, because he didn't mention it to me. But he does mention it next time around. And this time, though, he makes it sound like, "Oh, well, you're just questioning Stanley Porter. How dare you?" I said Stanley Porter wrote. No, you didn't tell me Stanley Porter wrote it. I had no idea who wrote it. You didn't say anything about it, or what that person's credentials are. Whenever I cite people, I give names, sources, and so forth. I can't check out a magazine publication I don't have nor have any idea of who wrote it. But more important than all that, and notice I said more important than that, I need to know what the evidence they cite for that comment. That's the main thing. All the historical evidence and archaeological evidence having to do with the Gospels, including by sources that are non-Christian, fulfilling your own criteria, it says in parentheses, agree with the Gospel accounts, so that the evidence do they have for the I said what so what evidence do you have for their statement? All right, that's what I want to know. And he continues to cite Pilled authority fallacy. Said okay, okay, this is correspondence. I said Dale on the comment. Okay, it's more correspondence. So I might have already responded to this post, but I can't remember, and that could have made so many. If I had already responded to this post, then just ignore it unless you want to reply. I understand that you seem to like credible literary sources, but using questionable websites from the internet that are not credible sources are, well, questionable. The Hebrew uses kahug to describe the shape in which it is speaking of. In the Hebrew, the word literally means vault, which is fully understandable in our language. To be honest, I don't even know if you speak English, the language I speak. I live in America, so our words might be translated from the language to yours, and there's something that could be lost in the language barrier. I mentioned this first time I ever mentioned this, and he never did tell me anything. He never would respond to anything I said about the languages. So he never told me whether he spoke English or not. I don't even know if he spoke English or not. Most translations translate the word vault as circle in order to translate the meaning the closest what would be understood in my language, speaking of an English translations. The word vault here in terms of shape is speaking of something, and I put like an archway or something. I went a little bit deeper. That was just a shape typically in the English dictionary that would be qualified for vault. So I had to go deeper into the Hebrew, into the understanding Jews, and I actually discovered that it's really talking about like the vault of the heavens. It's a circular shape. It's basically a shape surrounding something, like in the case of the space vault of the heavens. So he tries to challenge this too, but it's trying to understand what the shape is. It's understanding what the word means in Hebrew. Basically, it is a circular shape. Okay, and from space, the Earth looks like a circle. And all a circle is a two-dimensional sphere. And a sphere is a three-dimensional circle. They're basically roughly the same shape, except their dimensions are different. That's the only difference. But the shape itself is the same. So the Bible got the shape of the Earth right. All right, let's go further. Okay, so you want Papa, no problem. Okay, bring it to a close. Yes, the Sunday. Okay, this is all correspondence. And he goes, okay. it's me. I said, wow, you really think it's on the other foot. I'm talking about the double standards. You have been strawmanning, and you have been strawmanning me, but let's look at the claim of strawmanning first point. I am going to answer each of the points in turn. You said my argument was, and then I quote him, and basically what he says here, um, uh, that somehow I strawman him because he said he was talking about miracles when I was talking about the whole God thing. I was saying that it becomes a slippery slope fallacy if you say Brian Bowen said, just because you agree with Brian Bowen on this, that means that you have to agree with everything Anuj Agarwal says, and if you agree with Anuj Agarwal says, you got to agree with everything else says. And he's saying no, it isn't. It's on the issue of whether or not he's the Son of God. That if he does miracles, then I have to agree with everything Jesus said. I do agree with everything Jesus said, but not because he did miracles. That has nothing to do with why I agree, and he's trying to argue that that's not what I said, but that is what he said. And then, and I said, however, you took me out of context. I'm going to copy and paste the argument I was actually responding to, and I actually quoted that. Now later on, he will say that he said it was in the context of miracles, and I said, well, yeah, but that miracle context was in another post. He had put it in another post. And he said, yeah, but that was all in the context of miracles. Yeah, but I'm not responding to 3 posts ago. I'm responding to this particular post. And this is what he argued, because he argued that if I believe that Jesus is the Son of God, I believe that his words are words of God, then I have to believe that that Muhammad words are from God. And I mean, he's just trying to argue. Clearly, he was trying to justify. So he has this, okay, if he's not denying making a logical fallacy, then he tries to justify it. That's what he does with argument from silence too. He tries to justify the argument from silence, and you'll see that. But no, and he seems to be trying to justify a slippery slope. Is what he's trying to do. And it said, here's the actual argument that I was actually responding to. This is what he said, quoting him. Then you, Anuj, then you have to concede Muhammad was a genuine prophet. I said Jesus' words because you have to maintain that Jesus wasn't lying. Otherwise, how can you claim that Jesus was the Son of God? Same way you have to maintain Muhammad wasn't lying. Thus, you have to agree with every word of Muhammad and Jesus. See the slippery slope there. Now I will post my reply in context. I said, again, this is me talking, I'm quoting myself. Again, it makes the slippery slope fallacy. It'll be like saying you agree with everything Brian Bowen said, therefore you must agree with everything Anuj Agarwal says when there is no causal connection. Jesus isn't Muhammad, and Muhammad isn't Jesus. Okay, first, I was not strawmanning you. I was responding to your argument that you said that you believed Muhammad's statement because I believe Jesus' statement about being some God. And before accusing me of misrepresenting you, I haven't copied and pasted only portions of what you said, but all of what you said on the acquisition. And this is true. I did. I pasted and copied everything he said. But he said the miracle thing in a different post. A post I wasn't responding to because I'd already responded to that post. All right, let's go forward. Okay, and I apply ancient standards to the Gospels, not modern standards. This is what skeptics do, like Bart Ehrman. Why are you accusing me of applying modern standards in the first place? I know next to nothing about modern biographies because my area of expertise as a scholar is in the New Testament study. Thus, my concern is how biographies are written in ancient history. You start accusing me of this after I referred Greco-Roman biographies. Are you not aware of what Greco-Roman biographies was? It was an ancient biography written within the time of early Roman Empire. I have referenced things like ancient biographies, Greco-Roman biographies, living memory. Do you think any of these things are modern biographical terms or something? Maybe it's because you think ancient biographies were okay with lying and fabricating historical details or somehow totally oblivious to what a lie is. It is you that seems to be applying some kind of modern standard. Greco-Roman biographies are ancient biographies, or what the ancients called bios or lives. After I start mentioning that, he starts calling Bibles. All I do on this subject is study ancient biographies and books about ancient biographies. My entire biographical knowledge is understanding literary works written and understood in the respective periods of time. It is skeptics like Bart Ehrman that have the tendency to apply modern standards of reliability. For example, Bart would look at the literary compositional devices like telescoping, where a biographer in ancient times will abbreviate his account and may omit, summarize, or even skip details, and then Bart will assume the text is unreliable when this is not the case. The writers had to economize due to limited space. They were writing these things on scrolls. I am understanding these things in the proper literary and historical context. The problem is that you're not understanding them in the proper context. Have you ever even studied ancient biographies? I have. I want to test that theory. I am not going to copy and paste your last 2 points because they're short and made no sense. This is where he mentioned Gerd Ludemann and stuff, and alleged deconversion from Christianity, which made no sense. I'm gonna skip over that. In your last post point, you said something to the effect, I respond, but I do not understand. Yeah, that didn't make no sense either. All right, that's more correspondence. All right. Okay. I said, I am responding to your post concerning archaeology, rolling tombs, the Gospel of Mark, and your one-liner about biographies. First, this is incorrect. We have 4 tombs. Remember what he said? He said that we had no rolling tombs at all. He actually ended up changing. He doesn't apologize for this one, but he does change his mind on it apparently, because he does say, okay, we do have 4 tombs that predate AD 70. So he does. So like I said, you can see his resolve as we're going back and forth. And this, I always like seeing that, because I mean, usually the skeptic, when they're debating me, they'll start out with, I'm just going to nail them with everything I got. And then, about 5 posts later, they're weakening in areas, and they're agreeing with me, and they're saying, okay, maybe it is like this. And so a lot of people think debates are beneficiary, but I think that debates can be beneficiary. I think it can be productive if both parties are willing to go at it with the mindset that we're trying to get somewhere with this. And I've seen him start changing stuff and start realizing I'm right about things, and so that's cool to see. I mean, we still end up butting heads on a lot of other issues, but it's cool to see that his resolve was weakening in certain areas. All right. I said we have 4 tombs that are discovered to have existed prior to AD 70. Each of these carved into stone, like Jesus and possessing a rolling stone, like Jesus's, and possessing a rolling stone. One of them was Harold's family tomb, dated to 4 BC, when Harold had died. This is roughly around the birth of Jesus, by the way. In about the same time Jesus was born, actually shortly after. And one of them was the tomb that contained the ossuary of Caiaphas, the high priest of Jesus' trial, in Mark chapter 14. Oh, it was completely wrong. He says that as evidence that Mark must have dated after the 70. Then later he tries to use it as evidence against their historicity. So, which turns out to be an argument of silence. And really it's an argument of silence here too, to begin with. But either way, it wouldn't prove that Mark was written after AD 70. But that's what he tried to use as evidence for. And then later he tried to use or after this, he tries to use it as evidence of historical inaccuracy when it wasn't historically inaccurate. How could it be historically inaccurate? It mentions rolling tombs that never existed at all before AD 70. So no. In any given case, Okay, so I don't know where you got your source for this, but it was wrong. It might be more accurate to say that it was rare, but that, and what he does come back with that, but that's not the same thing as saying it didn't exist at all before AD 70. Obviously, they existed. If by biography, do you mean like modern biography? Then no. But then again, no one says that they were like modern biographies, including me. However, people that specialize in ancient biography compare ancient biographies to each other and research what historical literary sources had to say, what ancient cultures thought and viewed ancient biographies. In these comparisons, they found similarity uh, to each culture's thought and viewed ancient biographies. Wait, okay, sorry, I was on a different line. Each, such as the fact that all ancient biographies were based upon a person of interest. This again, I'm giving him evidence for ancient biographies, which he says I never did, and this is like what, the third time now. Which are different from historiographies, which are focused on events like Thucydidus' history of Peloponnesian War, use sources. You see that? Use sources, which they did. Closer the sources were to their lifetime, the more trusted they were. Use literary compositional devices, which ancient biographies did. The Gospels used literary compositional devices, just like ancient biographies do. Weren't concerned with precision or recording verbatim conversations. They was expressed or worded, or excuse me, they wanted to capture the gist of what was said, aka the faithful representation of what was said, even if it was expressed or worded differently. And they were focused on capturing true history, and they frowned down upon lying. Cicero actually has a reference to, he said that history should not contain any lies. That's from Cicero. Cicero was shortly before first century, and probably he was writing before first century. He lived, I think he actually lived hundreds of years before first century. But he said that history should not contain any lies, is what he said. Ancients often frowned down upon it. It doesn't mean that there weren't lies in sources, but they didn't like it if there was lies. History ought not contain any lies, is what they said. Cicero said. I said, okay, just word differently. Okay, they were likely to abbreviate, summarize, or omit details of an account to save space or because it didn't fit the picture they were painting. Ancient biographies were trying to paint a specific literary portrait of a person of interest they were writing about. This doesn't mean they made stuff up, but it would affect the kinds of materials they selected or the arrangement of that material. They were very selective, often arranging the material topologically rather than chronologically. Now, all this time, I've been giving lots and lots of evidence because these are comparisons to ancient biography. This is the evidence for them being ancient biographies. This is the third time I talked about ancient evidence for ancient biographies. And he accuses me of not having any evidence for ancient biographies, even though I went over it many, many times, or at least 3 times so far. Rather than chronological. However, they still had content within their biographies, which they call lives, that was chronological. Now, do we see these characteristics in the Gospels? Yes. And so does almost all scholars writing on the New Testament today. Even miracles are not a disqualifier, as already mentioned before, since most ancient biographies had miracle claims within their text. By the way, I read ancient literature, including ancient biographies, and those who write on it, in spite of your attempt at accusing me of applying modern standards to ancient biographies, this is not true. I just know how ancient biographies, especially Greco-Roman biographies, and especially Greco-Roman biographies written within the period of time called living memory, which is the situation we find ourselves in regarding our studies into the 4 canonical Gospels. Okay. Keep in mind, this is like the 3rd time I presented evidence for them being ancient biographies. 3rd time. And he accused me of never presenting even once. All right. I'm talking about Bart Ehrman. I said I wasn't duped. Bart Ehrman has a PhD in touch criticism. I've already mentioned this. I'm not going to go over this again, but I did mention this already. I was questioning his knowledge of historical methodology, um, not doubting whether he's a historian or even a scholar. That's not what I was doing or questioning. He misrepresented what I was saying. And I even showed him that, verbatim, I mean, this is what I was arguing on him. Um, uh, to talk about historical methodology a little bit. I am not as familiar with James Tabor's argument as I am Bart Ehrman's and Richard Carrier's. From my understanding, he's a liberal scholar, and I think he might take some extreme positions. But I do know that methodological naturalism has nothing to do with historical method. A lot of reason that scholars reject miracles in other sources has nothing to do with the fact that there are miracles unless they have a presupposition. See my second reason below. The reason is twofold. One, the source that the miracle appears is in it flawed. For many, that means the main reason being the source itself might be bad. For many scholars and historians, this seems to be the primary reason. The miracle claims of the New Testament are better evidence than miracle claims in any other work. I said Bart Ehrman, in spite of his use of methodology and naturalism, concedes to this, meaning he concedes to them being better off than other ancient works as far as the miracle claims in it. If you look at other works with miracles, now notice I didn't say he says so in his publication. I actually didn't tell where Bart says it. He says it in a debate with, I think he says it in a debate with Michael Kona, but he also implied it in another debate also with Timothy McGrew, where Timothy McGrew questioned about, he says simply no, and I'll mention that later. But anyway, often hundreds of years after the fact, they are not loaded down with embarrassing statements and would have indicated the writer is not lying about it, unless the Bible, which is filled with examples, especially in the New Testament, unlike the Bible, which is filled with examples, especially in the New Testament, telling embarrassing statements. Take the example that Tabor gave, Apollonius of Tyana. The life of Apollonius Tyana is considered more of a historical novel than an ancient biography. According to Craig Keener in his work Christobiography, he does give evidence for this, but I'm not going to go into them. I will go into the evidence later because I have to, because dudes start challenging it. So I went into the evidence of why it's a historical biography. I said it's not my main point of discussion. This is our earliest extant source for Apollonius of Tyana, and it is written by a philosopher named Philostratus in the early 3rd century after being commissioned to do so by a pagan emperor. The work dates for over 100 years after Apollonius Tyana had lived. He got some of his... Sorry about that. This is our earliest extant source for Apollonius of Tyana, and it is written by a philosopher named Philostratus in the early 3rd century after being commissioned to do so by a pagan emperor, or it's actually empress, to do so by a pagan empress. The work dates to over 100 years after Apollonius Tyana lived. He got some of his information for Apollonius Tyana from a town and cities he had allegedly lived in, talking about Apollonius Tyana. But of course, they were from people who, like him, lived over 100 years later. His main source was a document allegedly written by one of his disciples of Apollonius. Now, this disciple's name was Damas, but for some reason he gives Anuj gives a completely different disciple I have never even heard from, and no one ever cites as far as the source allegedly the Apollonius used. So I have no idea where he's getting that name from. But Damas is the source of the disciple allegedly, and this source is questionable. It was given to him by the empress, this pagan empress. I don't know if she doctored it or if Apollonius made it up. Some people think he made it up. Some people think that the empress doctored it. Some people think, I think Craig Keener said in his work, Christobiography, he thinks it might have been pseudepigraphy. Greco. Either way, we don't have a source today, but the nature of how Apollos game about it is questionable. And as Craig Keener noted in his book Christobiography, Damas wasn't in Philostratus' work. Damas wasn't present many times with Apollos at all. So on many other things, so he didn't seem to be very significant in it. All right. Okay. But this disciple, even with Philostratus' account, didn't go with Apollonius. I mentioned that. But situation on how Philostratus came about is questionable, and some even think that Philostratus made up the source, although I don't hold that view. I'm open to it at least. The miracle in it look almost exactly the same as the miracles of Jesus. So a lot of scholars are thinking that Philostratus was doing a little literary borrowing from the Christian Gospels, because after all, they were written over 100 years before he wrote. Doesn't mean that he did. I mean, we don't know, but it's just too conveniently exact. So it just seemed like that he's taking the miracles of Jesus and he's applying them to Apollonius. Also, keep in mind, the Gospels were written within living memory of the events they recorded. Why Philostratus or I should have said that, Philostratus' work was definitely written outside of the living memory. As you see, this work is not quite on par with the New Testament Gospels. 2, they have certain presuppositions about miracles. As we have already discussed, some scholars like Bart Ehrman, Richard Carrot, and possibly James Tabor use the methodological naturalism. They didn't believe in miracles, so they, as atheists, agnostics, naturalists, skeptics, etc., rejects miracles in these accounts. A Christian, a Jew, or a Muslim may reject it on theological grounds, but none of these examples are on historical grounds. Methodological naturalism forces a person into a presuppositional position where no matter how strong the evidence is for a miracle claim, the evidence has to be ignored or overlooked as a naturalistic explanation is sought after. By the way, what Christian doesn't not state the resurrection as a fact? 3, no, I never appealed to authority. I gave the evidence after evidence, even within my citations. In a more recent post, I went over the specific evidence that has convinced almost all scholars on the subject matter today. I had already said this, but there's nothing wrong with telling you where the conversation sits in scholarship. Barman himself does this all the time. In addition to that, my point was that many of these guys were not Christians. But isn't that one of your criteria for making sure you omit bias? And Rudolf Buttman, really, I already went over this. He's written in the 1800s. Irenaeus was writing in AD 180, but he got his information from Polycarp, who was a disciple of John. Because of this, Irenaeus is likely working off of reliable information. Also, both Papias and Irenaeus reference as Peter as a source behind Mark's gospel, and it is strangely being implied by, or it's strongly, I said strangely, strongly being implied by Justin Martyr. Papias was writing close to 8100 and Justin Martyr was writing in 8140. Papias got his information directly from John the Apostle, which I think McClatchie said in his debate, which in turn, talking about the debate with Matt Dillahunty, which in turn implies Peter was still alive, which means Mark was writing before AD 65, the year that Peter most probably faced martyrdom. I said implied, but I guess you could say it implied it because it says that Peter had been still alive, and Irenaeus is writing that Mark wrote his gospel when Peter was still preaching in Rome. Making a video, buddy. Sorry. 4, the Bible can be used as evidence in the typical sense of evidence, but obviously there are things in the Bible that's beyond the scope of the historian, such as theological statements. It doesn't mean them false, it's just historians like tools to deal with them. Besides, theology and history are 2 separate disciplines. No one disputes that. The Bible makes a claim that is objective reality about something that has happened in the past then it's subject to the historian, because we are dealing with something objectively falsifiable. It is in this sense that the Bible can be used as evidence. The idea is to treat the Bible like any other piece of or collection, as it were, of ancient literatures. In other words, the Bible can be evaluated like Josephus, Tacitus, etc. You mentioned Richard Carey and Bar Ehrman. Do you think that they ever use the Bible as evidence to support their theories? They do all the time. Richard has this theory or has this view that Paul had believed in a spiritual resurrection, which apparently is his view as well. He takes Paul out of context, and it violates what we know of ancient viewed on the word resurrection, ancients viewed on the word resurrection. But he does take this position. His support for this position, he cites 1 Corinthians 15 as his evidence. Whenever Richard was in a debate with Michael Conant on the resurrection of Jesus, a person doing the Q&A portion of the debate asked Mike about non-Christian sources to support Paul's conversion to Christianity. Mike said there wasn't any, but then Richard Carrier spoke up and gave my favorite citation on Paul's conversion to Christianity. I think Paul's own testimony is enough to establish his conversion to Christianity, is what he said. This debate is still on YouTube, so see for yourself. I said, okay, I'm responding to another post. I said, long post, if you discuss circumcision ad hominems, I try to let them know which post I'm responding to, because the way these posts were made, because he had lots of posts out there for me to respond to, I had time specifically which posts I'm responding to, so he understood where, what posts I'm responding to. So in your discussion, circumcision ad hominem, Krakena, miracles, etc. Lot to get to. I'm running out of our agreed upon time, so I'll make this quick, or as quick as I can be. You said I misunderstood an ad hominem fallacy. I did not. This fallacy is committed by a person who is arguing that somehow your bias, or the fact that you have a vested interest in the situation, see logicallyfallacious.com. This can also be applied to sources, but the point is a person's vested interest has no bearing on what's true. False, right, or wrong. So the fallacy is still being committed. I am not saying you can never consider the bias of others. It's help us understand where people are coming from or why they hold the conclusions they hold to. But when you argue their biases make them wrong or lying about what they claim, then your reasoning is fallacious. You speak of books by source critics. If they argue that bias makes you wrong or lying, then their reasoning is equally fallacious. It is not hard to figure out the logic behind that. Also, keep in mind the bias argument is self-refuting, since everyone has biases. If that is the case, and your bias means you have inaccurate information or that you have lied, then should I believe anything you have written in their books, or believe him for that matter, Anuj, what he says, even if he wants to say, "Oh, I'm not saying guarantees that I'm just saying so I'm reliable." Okay, now how do I know you're not unreliable? So it's an argument that literally shoots itself in the foot. It's self-refuting. Actually, as far as academic sources, I don't recall you ever providing any for your thesis that the gospel writers were trying to preach, not write history, which is true. You never provided any sources. Although I did provide some to you, including Craig Keener's excellent work, Christopher Biography. The intent of ancient writers, according to how all ancient biographies are written, is to record history. You have not presented any evidence to the contrary. Again, you are making the mistake of the concept of miracles being done proves religious claims. Listen, it is within both Christian and Jewish claims that Moses and others did miracles, or more accurately, God did miracles through them. This doesn't mean that Christians support all claims made by the Jews, including their rejection of Jesus as the Messiah. As far as Craig Keener goes, he only reviewed cases which was highly evidential. All of your talk of bias and you use skeptics' criticisms of Keener's works without stopping to think, of course. Of course, they're going to say that. You keep thinking I have double standards, then you keep speaking of acting matter, okay, we're going to skip all that. As far as giving one example of miracles that was just improbable, you don't understand. When your body has a debilitating disease that is rapidly killing the body, and the body is so far gone that all doctors have given up on her because she has been diagnosed with progressive multiple sclerosis. The disease turns your brain against your body, and you no longer have use of any part of your body. The woman's fingers and toes were curled up. She was praying for one day, and she heard a voice telling her to get up and walk. Next thing you know, she is walking on flat feet, and every part of her body had been corrected. Count taken from Craig Keener's interview with Lee Strobel in the Case for Miracles, pages 103 to 107. Doctors couldn't explain it. These aren't just improbable occurrences, they're impossible. You talked about me making bombastic claims, but I am not. These accounts are tied to people praying and everyone seeing instantaneous results. The website you listed, I think you're concerning maybe STEP. That's usually what's brought up by skeptics concerning intercessory prayer, but they're bad. It said the study of therapeutic effects of intercessory prayer or something similar, but there are better studies out there on intercessory prayer that are far better. According to Dr. Candy Brown, a scholar in religious study and graduate of Harvard University, had argued there have been gold standard studies before and after STEP that reached the opposite conclusion, that group receiving prayer had better, it's italicized in the original, had better outcomes. Cited from Candy Brown's interview with Lee Strobel in the Case for Miracles, page 126. She went on to give examples of such studies, such as peer-reviewed studies done by Dr. Randolph Bird, 1988, in the Southern Medical Journal. I put a bid for that source, pages 126 and 127. The issue is over whether miracles occur, not what kinds of miracles are done. Things like seeing your limbs or head grow back defeats the purpose of a miracle. A miracle is a miracle. By the way, even such things occur. Matt Dillahunty still says that would not convince him. Now, this is where he argues back that he's not Matt Dillahunty. He can still be convinced. Put this somewhere else. Okay. There are people who believe in God all over the world. I'm not talking of gods or some superficial concept of gods like pantheism. Secondly, the issue was over him working supernatural acts, not if someone believes in him. That's a different topic for discussion. Thirdly, attacking the origin of a belief, where it comes from and what it influences, etc., is a genetic fallacy. Even if my culture influences my belief. Now, he'll say later that he wasn't talking about cultural belief. Okay, fine. But it still commits the slippery slope fallacy. Was it slippery? Oh, I'll mention it later what it means. It says, okay. Okay, he brought this up. He just kind of interrupted through it. He said, I know I'm not supposed to reply by Tuesday, but I want to apply all points. So clarify this question. What makes you think Jesus' words or meaning of what Jesus said is recording the Bible is true? As you have already accepted that miracles are not a good criteria to accept that, what makes you think Jesus wasn't lying? Well, don't have to accept or do miracles for someone that you lie. Someone, I could tell someone something that they know I'm trustworthy, or if I prove myself habitually trustworthy, then I'm not telling a lie. I don't have to produce miracles for them to believe that I'm not lying. But anyway, let's move forward. Okay. Hopefully this will be the last post I need to deal with as far as the saints in Matthew. It wasn't, because we did one more round, and so I did have to deal with another round of this. But keep in mind, I think I'm talking the saints that were raised from the grave from Matthew, the one he calls zombies. Keep in mind, I think the only reason you ever brought it up brought it up was to challenge their historicity in relation to the resurrection. However, bringing up the reliability of the Gospels, even if you are right and not, does not even touch the resurrection of Jesus. I want to make sure that that is crucially understood. The proclamation of the resurrection was far earlier than the Gospels. However, since you wrote this particular post, we have moved away from the resurrection, and it seems that we moved toward the Gospel's reliability, which is a separate issue. Okay, the Saints in Matthew, you said that if something like that happened, then surely lots of people would have known about it and said something about it. First, this is an argument from silence, which it is. An argument from silence is when you argue for the non-truth of something on the basis of no evidence. In other words, there's no evidence that it is true, and so you assume it is not true. A cliche that I like using when talking about an argument from silence is absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Now, he will end up trying to justify argument from silence. Usually people try to deny argument from silence, but to see someone try to justify it, to make it say, oh, it's okay. I mean, I applaud his attempt at colorful justifications for something, but it was obviously a fallacious argument. But he never denies making argument from silence. So he doesn't deny, he just tries to justify it. An argument from silence, okay, is true, and so, okay, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. What does that mean? It means missing evidence is not the same as evidence. If you're going to claim something is not true, you need evidence. If you're going to claim something is true, you need evidence. Lack of evidence, one way or the other, proves nothing. The fact that there are not other mentions of it does not mean that nobody knew about it. Secondly, as I already said, even if they'd heard about it, they wouldn't believe it. When Tacitus reported on the resurrection, he called it most mischievous superstition, and he didn't even specify it from there. Pagans didn't believe it was possible, and I read the N.T. Wright book to him, or the passage in there. But he says pagans did not believe it was possible to come back from the dead in a physical, tangible sense, because they believed in disembodied spirits, and that's what they did. N.T. Wright puts that even in his book, The Resurrection of the Son of God. Thirdly, we have lost a ton of sources from the ancient world. Best one could do is that we don't have any sources yet, but we can't say that we have no sources of it. So it must not be true. There's nothing wrong with working off the sources we have, as long as we don't argue against the sources we don't. In other words, don't argue from silence. Again, the gospel writers were Greco-Roman biographies which intended to record history. What evidence do you have that their intent was just to preach and they weren't concerned with historical facts? By the way, Jerusalem was never part of the Rome, the city, or the empire. They were just under Roman rule by the Romans. He later recants part of this. I don't know why he thought it was ever part of the Roman Empire. Or for that matter, I think it was the capital of the Roman Empire. Then we talked about radiocarbon dating and assumptions. It says part of radiocarbon dating has assumptions behind it. And I start talking about C12, C14 ratio. Here we talk about P52. As far as P52 fragment, the majority of scholars do not think this. I would say almost all of them would place a date for the fragment to either AD 125 or before. The date range they sometimes place on it between AD 100 and AD 150, but I don't know of any scholar in the field of textual criticism that take that date. Like I said, most scholars take the date of AD 125. Philip Comfort takes the date of AD 110, and both me and Dan Wallace, and I think maybe James White, would agree on a date closer to AD 100. The fragment is quite early, and I already gave you evidence for that, and I did. I actually went over evidence in this, not in this particular video, but in this video series. He has a religious degree. Talking about back up. I missed the line. As for Nogbre, I scanned his work, but he didn't have time to read it all, but I did look at his credentials. I already mentioned this already. Say, okay, okay, some sources claim, okay, texture criticism, nothing to, okay, once again, all right, let's move on next. Okay, as for far as your 3 subpoints, listen, I'm glad you don't believe in the Quran. There was a moment there when you first started defending the Quran. I thought I was speaking to a Muslim, and I did. However, you argue that we can better reconstruct the original text of the Quran than the New Testament. That was your argument, not a believing Muslims. Remember, I mentioned that. That was his argument. That wasn't a believing Muslims. You cannot reconstruct the original Quran because you cannot get past the Islamic revision. And that was my point. I don't accept Muhammad as a genuine prophet, even if the only reason that I believe Jesus was God was because of the resurrection, and it's not. Muhammad didn't rise from the dead. Muhammad didn't. Now, he will later say, well, he didn't, Jesus didn't split the moon either. Okay, the point is that you're arguing that I'm only believing that Jesus is because he said he was the Son of God and because he did miracles. And that's what you're arguing. That's the point of your argument. That's what you're arguing. But even if that was the case, Muhammad didn't rise from the dead nor ever claim to be the Son of God. So why would that lead me to believing in him versus me believing in Jesus is the point I was asking. As far as eyewitnesses to the Quran, and what you said about the Umayyad revision, I'm going to do a separate post specifically targeting your notion that the Quran was based upon eyewitnesses. And I do. That was an interesting one. I have found some new evidence that will reveal how the Quran was actually composed, and it is different from what you claim. All right. I have already responded to this post, but you accused me of making up words. Remember I mentioned that. What words have I made up? I didn't make up any words. I already mentioned that, so I'm going to move on. So yes, I did. If you were answering me when I said I had already dealt with the supposed evolution of the universe and that they were just theories, and they are, and I did, I might not have gone into much detail because I want to keep our discussion more focused on the historical. Do you know nothing about, or do you know, I asked him if you do you know anything about the scientific method? Yes, science has models. Different scientists would accept different models. Sometimes even these models would be in conflict with each other, like the steady state theory and the Big Bang theory. But theories in science are not proven facts. If they were, they'd be laws. They'd be law, not theories. They'd be laws, not theories. Theories can have data and evidence support them, but they are still theories. I think of theories like beliefs. They're not facts, but they may have some facts and evidence behind them. Actually, when Big Bangers, as I like to call them, says that the cosmic microwave radiation proves the Big Bang, they are committing a fallacy called affirming the consequent. He misunderstands affirming the consequence. He'll get to that later, and we'll talk about that more. And then I am not making this up. Look it up. Actually, there is strong evidence against evolution. The biggest one, I think, is specified complexity. We have information inside our cells. This information cannot have come by natural processes. No naturalistic mechanism can add new information, mutations, just deal with the information that's already there. But where did this information come from? There are other things too, but I have already said too much. Listen, I don't want to turn this debate on a debate on science. I do have tons of scientific works, but I am willing to table this discussion another day, okay? But theories are theories. They are not facts. Saying they are what is called a mantra. A mantra is where you say something over and over again, and you think if you say it a lot, then it makes it true. Would not make them facts. Think of it this way. Theories are what you think is true. You may have some data behind them, but they are not considered facts. In fact, as mentioned above, sometimes you have competing theories and models. However, none of this is my overarching point. To prove it to me, you need verifiable, falsifiable data. If you're going to go to the trouble of saying the Bible contradicts a known fact, then your example must be observable, verifiable, and falsifiable. Nobody saw the origin of the universe or the alleged evolution of man, but we do have images of the earth, and people have seen the earth from the outside. We know what shape it has. So you need to use absolute facts we know and take in the Bible in its appropriate context. Prove scientifically that a statement that the Bible makes is scientifically inaccurate. For example, when the Quran says the sun came out of touching the earth, is there any doubt it's making a scientifically inaccurate statement? No, and that's the point. Okay, I think I have alluded to this before. When I look at Jesus' words and evaluate them, I'm talking about what I think I'm talking about what he said on the how I know Jesus' words is true, and I'm trying to clarify it for him. I do so as a historian, not a theologian. I'm not a presuppositionalist. I am what they call a cumulative case Christian apologist. That's my apologetic methodology. But my mind is evidentially minded, so I need evidence and good reasons. I think I said rude reasons. Good reasons, one way or the other. However, I am also a historian and scholar. When studying history, the ancients were concerned with capturing the gist of what was spoken. Typically, the way historians look at sources is to give sources the benefit of the doubt, innocent till proven guilty, but this does not mean they become gullible and throw caution to the wind. All evidence is still subject to evaluation. Obviously, historians prefer early testimony over later ones, although it doesn't always work on that out that way. Another thing is that Jesus claimed to be the Son of Man because this fulfills two criteria of authentication, namely the criteria of dissimilarity and plausibility. Almost all scholars grant this statement originated with Jesus. My investigation to this is that the Son of Man wasn't just a human figure, but a divine one. The reference comes from Daniel chapter 7, where the Son of Man stands before the Ancient of Days, and that's an Old Testament name for God, and receives a kingdom that was eternal. At Jesus' trial, Caiaphas, the high priest, accused him of blasphemy after hearing Jesus utter the words, Son of Man had, after uttering these words, the Son of Man had deistic overtones. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that Muhammad did miracles and the Quran wasn't the questionable source the evidence shows it to be. Muhammad didn't rise from the dead, nor did his followers ever claim him to Muhammad never claimed him to be God. In fact, the Quran appears appalled that Christians believe Jesus as divine. In other words, the things you have straining to compare, Jesus' resurrection and deity, aren't present. Combine them with the fact that the Quran is this questionable source the evidence doesn't support. There really is no comparison, nor is there any double standards. In fact, the Gospels were written within living memory, and before you can't resist but to post something about the composition of the Quran. I am fixing to post an entire reply just on the concept of whether the Quran had eyewitnesses about it, as well as the facts I had uncovered about the true history of its composition. All right, this is a general reply. Okay, this is the one that I do for the Quran. It's not based on eyewitness testimony. This is a general reply to a number of claims that you have made that you claimed eyewitness report that gathered from my research. This is pertaining to the Quran. The Quran was allegedly dictated to Muhammad by the angel Gabriel, who memorized it. I said mesmerized. No, memorize it. This is according to Islamic tradition. Before the Quran was written down, the Quran was referenced. The Quran, this was in oral form. This wasn't before its composition. The Quran was referenced. When referenced, even in the Hadith, was done so as what was memorized by Muhammad and told to his followers. We don't actually have anything written down by Muhammad. I wasn't making a statement like that, like an argument or something. I was just making a passing reference that we don't have what's written down by him. This is what we got as far as available information. And he will pounce on this as if I'm making an argument here, but I'm actually not making an argument here. So what we know of him comes from the Quran, the Hadith, and our earliest biographies of him. Often skeptics often accuse the gospel writers of picking up stories that were circling about Jesus and putting it down to the gospels. Thus, accusation is that the gospels is a long line of oral traditions that is being composed between the four gospels. In fact, Matt Dillahunty says as much in his debate with McClattchie. This claim comes straight out of form critics who conjecture that the Gospels was a long process of oral tradition. When skeptics propose it for the Gospels, that includes Matt Dillahunty in his debate, they are 100% speculating. There's no evidence for it at all. It's zero evidence for it. It's all speculation. There is no evidence at all that the gospel writers had composed the gospels from a bunch of stories floating around about Jesus. Although the background of the gospels was oral culture, and we see this peppered throughout the New Testament, this is not the same as saying that four gospels are made entirely of these stories floating around about Jesus. However, when it comes to the Quran, it is not conjecture. It is part of the Hadith. I misspelled Hadith there. The Islamic tradition that was later written down that claims this for the Quran. You often accuse me of having double standards when I really think it is on the other foot. How can you think the Gospels are made up of these made-up stories about Jesus and that be pure conjecture when the Quran was composed of these stories about Muhammad, and we can demonstrate this within their own tradition? Anyhow, he tells these stories according to the Hadith literature to his best reciters, but most of them will die at the Battle of Yamama. My research yielded 70 of them. By the way, the original Quran was not composed in the lifetime of Muhammad. The Battle of Yamama happened after Muhammad had lived. There was a scare that the Quran would be lost forever. That's in the oral form. According to Dr. James White, so at first, after Muhammad's death, there was no rush to codify the Quran into a single manuscript or a single volume, a must-have manuscript that would have final authority. White, what every Christian needs to know about the Quran, page 255. However, according to the Hadith, let me spell it again, that was narrated by Zayd bin Thabit, who said that Abu Bakr said to him, Umar has come to me and said casualties were heavy among the core of the Quran, i.e. those who knew the Quran by heart, on the day of the Battle of Yamama, and I'm afraid that more heavy casualties may take place among the core on other battlefields, whereby a large part of the Quran might be lost, as cited by White, page 255. Now, at this point, I was just citing directly from James White's book. When I did the final round, I cited directly from the Hadith itself, which is even interestinger. The Quran was the ones that Muhammad had trusted with remembering the Quran. Each one remembered portions of it. Some of the Quran was written down on palm stalks, thin white stones, and also from men who knew it by heart. A bit, talking about James White's book, page 257. White comments, note Zayd's sources written ones first, palm stalks and thin white stones. Other sources mention the bleached shoulder bones of camels, but the written material is insufficient and fragmentary. He must rely upon memories. A bit. He tracks down the ones that memorize the Quran and have them piece together the recollections until they reconstruct a written version of the Quran. Muhammad doing miracles was not witnessed by others. Most of his alleged miracles are recorded by the Hadith, that's plural for the Hadith, or Hadith, it's Hadith is plural, and some of them are recorded by the Quran. I believe the moon splitting one that you keep throwing up is one that's referenced by the Quran, although not that many. And some are referenced by Muhammad's earliest biography. even the earliest biography we have of Muhammad is 150 years after his death. None of these miracles were really witnessed other than what the Hadith claims. The Quran is composed of asserted, memorized information that was passed down to his followers from Muhammad, even though these had to be pieced together. Moving forward to the Uthmanic revision, there were divisions among different versions of the Quran. It wasn't just simply differences in wording, but possibly theological differences, because it was causing major disunity among the Muslims concerning the differences among the versions of the Quran. White, page 259. So Uthman fashioned together a committee that was sent to rewrite the Quran. He will pounce on this. In the next study of the Bible, he will say, where in the Quran, or where in the Sahih al-Bukhari, does it ever say that he rewrite the Quran? And I'm going to cite it directly from the Hadith, because it specifically says rewrite the manuscripts. I said rewrite the Quran, and just I put it in quotations because it was quoting the gist of what was being, my understanding of the information. But he said, but in the Hadith it says rewrite the manuscripts, and it actually does. And I put in all caps and everything for him. All right. And he tries to come up with an interpretation of that. It was forced. It was not even evidential at all. Rewrite the Quran. That says Sahih al-Bukhari. I should have mentioned exactly where it was in Bukhari, but this time I was still citing James White, and I wasn't, because of the way he did it in his book, I wasn't exactly sure of which part of the Hadith he was on at the time. So I just put the name of the Hadith here. As referenced by James White, page 259 to 260. The Uthmanic revision was intended to bring the Quran back into unity, and they did this by burning all the copies of the Quran that differed with the official version. So here we are with a bunch of stories that Muhammad allegedly told some handpicked followers, called the Qur'an, to memorize bits and pieces of it, and the Quran was fragmentary. But with their memories, they redesigned the Quran. But 18 years later, there were many different versions of it that caused disunity. So they made an official copy and burned the others that differed. The Quran was not based upon eyewitness reports. This was not my last and final reply, or this was my last and final reply. This was before we ended up deciding to do another round. I will write my closing argument this Saturday and be looking for it. Okay, yeah, but like I said, we end up deciding to do another round. And this is where he comes back on it. All right. Says, yes, it does. When you have people writing for the purpose of preaching, they will make stuff up. Again, no evidence at all for that. He's never produced any errors. Propaganda and charisma were common. No evidence for that either. History and fiction went along with bios or ancient biographies. Where's he getting this stuff from? A comic book? I think I said that too at one point. It's like, what in the world? Multiple attestation has nothing to do with bias. When we have multiple sources agreeing on one another, events and bias wasn't a factor. Why do you think Christians are keen to find extra biblical sources if that doesn't matter? I never said bias isn't a factor at all. In fact, I didn't. I said back of bias can actually let us know where people are coming from on things, and it does produce a lean on things at times, but that doesn't make it unreliable. As far as why Christians produce extra biblical sources, sometimes we do that more or less because we're trying to convince non-Christians that it's true, and they'll be more likely convinced if we have some non-Christian sources too. But the reality of it is that as a historian, we still have to accept sources that doesn't always agree with our bias, and sometimes we have no other sources that we can look at. We don't have sources that agree with our bias that can counteract this sources that don't agree with our bias. We don't always have that luxury. But as a historian, it's proper historical methodology to take historical sources for what it is. We cannot judge them on the basis of their bias because we have biases. Just because our biases are not aligned. We have to look at the evidence. All right. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Destruction of a sacred place of rebels is not an extraordinary event. And we have more Josephus to confirm the coordinates of Roman Empire and architecture along with later Jewish history. This is far more than enough to include destruction of dribble. Usually when people reference to this extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, they usually do it in reference to a miracle, not a historical event, not in reference to bias, not in reference to an eyewitness source. That's hardly, like I put in my post to it, that's hardly a case for calling Ripley's Believe It or Not or something. You know, it's hardly that. See, an extremely bizarre idea of source evaluation. Bias doesn't mean the source is wrong, nor have I ever suggested that. Yes, he did. Remember, I read you the post. He actually denied it when I sit there and said it doesn't make you lying or an act. He said, yes, it does. Remember that? He's now claiming that he never said that. Okay. But you read it in the post yourself. I read it to you. It said that bias makes source unreliable. Even if that was the case, it would still be in the same boat. Again, it's still a self-refuting statement. We would still have to reject all sources because all sources would be unreliable. We wouldn't be able to tag any source as being reliable at all because they all have biases. We don't deal in absolutes when it comes to history. No, we don't. I never said we did or anything, but the probability and level of confidence are far higher in other fields like science. Okay, but we're still dealing with two different disciplines. I don't understand why he's bringing science in there involving history. I don't understand. Some things he brought up didn't make any sense. He just kind of brought it up almost randomly. That just, I mean, it's like me talking about a whole bunch of historical information and suddenly bring up how I like chocolate ice cream. What's that got to do with anything? It just doesn't make any sense. All right. Yeah, it makes the events described less likely to be true description. No, it doesn't. Titanic survivor, he goes on that. Remember what I said about Titanic survivors? Has no reason to invent a story. Okay. Did the gospel writers have any reason to invent? Oh, that's right. So that way they can make them apostles. No, because 2 out of the 4 weren't even apostles. But and we know Titanic existed and sailed. Okay, that doesn't make what they said to happen on this. I mean, the Titanic. The reason we know that the band played until the Titanic sunk is because of what the survivors told us. That's how we know that. So how do we know that specific information there? So it's completely irrelevant to bring it up. No, it isn't, unless you think evidence for sinking Titanic is the same as the resurrection of Jesus. He's doing the same mistake Matt Dillahunty did in his debate with Jonathan and McClattchie. He's automatically making a beeline for the resurrection because we've been off the subject of resurrection. I've been wanting to continue debating him on the subject of resurrection, but he's moved far off of it. We were talking about bias. That's the whole reason I brought the Titanic thing up, was about bias, not about Jesus' resurrection. And now all of a sudden he's trying to make a beeline for the resurrection. We're talking about bias. We're talking about whether they're making this historical information up. We're not talking about Jesus' resurrection at that point. And now all of a sudden he wants to talk about Jesus' resurrection. He wants to make a beeline for the resurrection, just like Matt Dillahunty did to Jonathan and McClattchie in the debate. What's that got to do with anything? I mean, I want to debate the resurrection, but we were on the subject of the resurrection. We were on the subject of bias and historical information. And he says, which would be absolutely absurd position to take. Okay, who's taking the position? We weren't talking about Jesus' resurrection. We were talking about bias. All right, that's a straw man. Bias makes source unreliable. We discuss historical sources in terms of reliability of events. How's it a straw man argument here? I guess he's trying to say that I'm straw manning him because he thinks it makes it unreliable. But that's he said that because he said, yes, it does. When I said that is, uh, I said, yes, it does. Or he said, yes, it does. When I said it doesn't make it unreliable or inaccurate, or inaccurate or meaning lies. And he said, yes, it does. And I read you the post that he says it. Now he's saying, okay, nope, it makes it unreliable. You're strongmanning me. No, I'm just responding. You keep shifting back and forth here. It's about evidence that warrants belief. Unreliable sources don't provide necessary evidence that warrants beliefs. Exactly what we have, improving by giving examples of miracles in the Quran. You end up with contradictory positioning or double standards. No, you don't. On my computer. Yes. Please, I told you leave me alone. All right. But this is not the case. This is not the case. Okay. It's not unreliable. He's assuming that bias makes a source unreliable, and is not making it unreliable. And that's what he's assuming here. And then he's jumping to double standards with the Quran. It's not double standards if the Quran is has all kinds of factual errors in it, has historical errors in it, has scientific errors in it. It's 600 years after Jesus. How are they on par with one another? Not even close, not even in the same ballpark, not even in the same planet. It's so far apart, so far removed from it. He said, this is just dishonest. Just one time, I think he accused me of being dishonest twice. I never accused him of being dishonest. Having inaccurate information, questionable sources, laughable positions, maybe, but never dishonest. I always try to give him the benefit of the doubt. I even maybe suggested maybe we have a language barrier between us because he seems to misunderstand what I'm saying. And I try to give him the benefit of the doubt. He doesn't want to give me the benefit of the doubt at all. He's accused me of dishonest. He said, I said they wouldn't see it as lying, not that they didn't know that they were lying. They would see it as announcing the message of the Messiah. Okay, what's the difference between see it and know it? If they think that it wasn't lying, period. If they think it wasn't lying. Now later he actually retracts. I think he retracts the scene. I think he realizes the way he words it was wrong. So I wish he had apologized for calling me dishonest over it, but he doesn't do that. But there's no difference between it. And if they didn't know they were lying, or that they didn't see it as lying, I mean, if you looked at a lie and you didn't call it a lie, you said maybe that was just his version of it or something, try to justify it in some way. If you did that, then it would be more or less wrong to do it. Because you're not intentionally fabricating information. You just don't know that it's wrong and therefore saying it's wrong. Therefore, it would be wrong, but it would be a different category there. It would be wrong. It wouldn't be lie. It wouldn't be lying. So it's like he's trying to nitpick on semantics, but he's not understanding that he's basically saying the same thing. Okay, and of course he has no evidence of this at all still, and never presented any evidence, and he doesn't present any evidence throughout the entire thing. It may be the case that gospel writers were reporting what they heard. In that case, they wouldn't be lying, just exaggerating. Okay, in that case, they wouldn't be lying. Don't call it lying when you don't think it's lying. And by the way, exaggerating, okay, we didn't even get on the word exaggerating yet. There are types of literary devices that someone can use where they might exaggerate something to prove a point. That's called hyperbole. And there are hyperboles in the Gospels. But if you're saying kind of a universal hyperbole on a regular basis over the vast majority of the Gospels, then I would say that that would not be true. But that doesn't mean that they wouldn't use hyperbole or exaggeration. And that would not be considered unreliable, unless, of course, you're taking a modern standard of reliability and you're trying to insert it into the past, into the Greco-Roman biographies, in which case he's the one inserting modern standards, not me. Again, Paul never talked about physical resurrection. I've already proven that he did. Like I said, he never, ever gave any kind of response to the two passages that I referenced in Romans 8, as well as 1 Thessalonians 4 and 1 Corinthians 15. He's never responded to any of these. He's very explicit. Paul's very explicit. We wait to the redemption of the body. I mean, he clearly believed in physical resurrection. Plus, he used to be a Pharisee, according to what he says in Philippians 3 and 5. We know what Pharisees in the first century believed on bodily resurrection. So he didn't believe in a spiritual resurrection. He believed in a physical resurrection. But he's saying, no, there isn't, which he's talked about a spiritual body. When did he ever talk about a spiritual body? When he said revealed in him, he never said anything about Jesus' body, and said Jesus was revealed in him, which I already dealt with that. Galatians 1:16, which Galatians 1:16 is very vague. It uses the Greek word apocalyptis. It's not the Greek word for appear. It is not the Greek word for resurrection. Is the Greek word for revelation, reveal, unveiling, manifestation, those kinds of things. And he seems to be focused on his experience. It's possible that Paul saw kind of like a spiritual significance out of his experience. But that's not the same as saying what he saw. In fact, that passage never talked about what he actually saw. But there are passages that does talk about what he saw, and it's very explicit, and he references it physical resurrection. He references it as a body event. He talks about which body would be raised. He connects the general resurrection in the world to Jesus' resurrection. If he denied Jesus' resurrection, we know what ancient people believed in the ancient world about the word resurrection. We know that. So Paul is saying Jesus was raised. There's no doubt he was talking about physical resurrection, if you know anything about ancient history at all. Okay, 4, he said, yes, that is why we need to be careful to evaluate Jewish sources. We do know that Holocaust happened, independent confirmation by Nazis, what Nazis confirmed it. And we're talking about things happening in the concentration camps. And for that, we have Jewish sources to talk about that. All we can differ on is how bad it was, which is something anyone is writing or reading history does, which has no relevance to what I'm talking about. And with the Holocaust survivors, we have less reason to doubt because, again, Nazis themselves confirmed the event. Again, what do we have from Nazis exactly? I don't know of any source from Nazis. Just, enlighten me. What source do we have from Nazis? 5, yes, his bias makes him, in him, reliable about his beliefs, and his knowledge makes him a reliable source to know about the culture. I think he's talking about Josephus. I don't see this hard to agree on, yet he were to claim to talk about God, talk to God, that event would be viewed skeptically. Okay, we're not even talking about theological constructs that can't be proven historically. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about falsifiable claims. I'm talking about falsifiable claims that happen in reality. In other words, things that can be verified, things that actually happen, and things like that. I'm not talking about theological constructs. We're not talking about, God talk to me today in a spiritual voice, in a inaudible whisper in my ear or something of that nature. We're talking about actual verifiable, falsifiable, historical detailed information, not theological constructs. That's what we're talking about. And so that's completely irrelevant. I said, besides what you're standing on bias, would you agree with everything written on any source? Does bias play no factor in historical methodology? I think I came back and said, yes, it does. He thinks I agree with him, but I didn't. Vietnam War doesn't talk about myths. If you have a soldier coming back to life in war, all you can do is present eyewitness testimony of 3 to 4 people who were of the same religion and believe in him coming back to life. It's possibly by God, or he cusses and says some crap like that. Then the claim will be viewed skeptically. All right. This has some weird understanding of the New Testament to begin with. All right. Vietnam War doesn't talk about myths. Now there's the Bible. What myths does the Bible talk about? You have to argue in a circle on that point. You have a soldier coming back to life in a war, and all you can do is present eyewitness testimony of 3 to 4 people. The 1 Corinthians 15 creed is the earliest creed that we have, dates within a couple years of the events, and it details over 500 people seeing this, along with individual appearances and at least 3 group appearances, one of which is the 500. And then Paul adds himself to that list. And Paul was not a believer when he came and saw Jesus. And now there was James, the brother of Jesus. So they're not just people supporting religion and stuff. So I think that's a false analogy fallacy. It doesn't take into consideration the actual data that we have fully. No, every time you say bios were intended to record history, you are mistakenly biased with modern biographies. No, I'm not. The book Reading the Gospels Today is from Stanley E. Portal, which he did not tell me. This is the first time he mentions it. I should have brought it up when I was able to do another round, but like I said, I was focus on other things. A New Testament scholar with PhD. Why don't you check credentials before comparing with Christian Post? Because you didn't mention him at all to me. Now, when we did the round, that was my fault. I should have brought it up, but like I said, I have things in my mind. But at this point, when he's sitting there arguing this, I had no idea that he even wrote that, because he didn't mention them. He didn't mention who wrote the article. And I showed you that. But in any given case, it still appeals to authority fallacy. Why does him having a PhD suddenly makes him right? But it's not that you're citing a scholarly source. You also have to cite the evidence. What evidence does Stanley Porter think that this is true? And he doesn't do that. All right. Okay, he says, Cry Voice is a Christian ministry. I have no idea what he's talking about that. I don't even remember him bringing up any more than Cry Voice. So I had no idea. A circle is a flat disc. A 3D circle would be a compass or a thickened disc. How circles implying sphere. Interesting, there's another time the Bible used kahug, and he gives this. And this right here actually goes to a King James reference. It's a couple references in the King James Bible version. And because the King James translates kahug as compass, King James is not, it's a Bible translation in the 1600s. I'm not a King James onlyist. I don't read the King James. It's not my preferred Bible translation. I think it has too many problems with it. I don't use the King James. But because, even if I did trust King James, just because the King James translates something a certain way has no bearing on what the Hebrew actually is understood and how it's understood in the original language. Plus, you also have to understand that the same word could be translated differently in different contexts depending on its meaning, and the meaning could be different. If it's a word with multiple meanings, for example, the word might have a different meaning in a different context. So it becomes a red herring to sit there and say, well, it's translated this way in this context, so that means you have to translate it this way in that context. No, you don't. Again, different contexts could warrant different meanings. But just to let you know, it really comes down to the King James translating it that way in that particular reference, and only that. But it does not translate as a flat disc or even as a compass. Even a compass is not that flat disc. But he says a thickened disc. No, it doesn't. There's nothing in the Hebrew. I've read the Hebrew. I've got on my shelf, I've got Brown Driver Briggs Hebrew Lexicon. Okay, it is one of the top scholarly lexicons in the world. It's constantly being updated. constantly been updated as we learn more and more about the Hebrew language, ancient Hebrew. And it says vault, which is circular. It's a circle shape. It refers to vault of the heavens. It's surrounding an object. It basically is a circle shape. The earth looks like a circle from space. A circle is nothing more than a two-dimensional sphere. A sphere is nothing more than a three-dimensional circle. They're actually the same shape. It's just different dimensions to the shape. So it's not a flat disk. There's nothing in the Hebrew that says flat disk. Kahug does not mean flat disk. It does not mean flat at all. He says it is clearly talking about a flat circular 3D shape. Nope, it is not. Not a spherical one. That is false. How the heck? I almost repeated his word. How the heck does circle or vault or archway mean anything in spirit? Again, I had to dig a little deeper than that. My bad. And he said that response was in the context of miracles. Criteria in the first place, only evidence you can provide, prove that Jesus was genuine about his claims, that he is the Son of God or God himself. Jesus, I and the Father are one. James White in his book, Forgotten Trinity, in other places, he says that this is actually not the best. I mean, it has deistic overtones, don't get me wrong, but it's not the best passages that we can offer for the deity of Christ. We got lots of better ones than this. I think there's an actual interpretation of that, maybe one and the same power and that sort of thing. Is that he did miracles? That would be impossible if he wasn't saying the truth. The only evidence for this supposed miracle is recording of a tradition in Gospels, which was not written by witnesses. Again, he's assuming it's not written by witnesses, but secondhand testimonies. Where's he getting his information on that? I made a parallel with Muhammad because you see the exact same thing happening. No, you don't. Muhammad proved he is a genuine about his claims, the messenger of God by miracles, except we're not. Jesus didn't prove that Jesus was the Son of God by miracles. By splitting the moon in two, the evidence of this is eyewitness testimony according to the Quran. The Quran does not record eyewitness testimony. My point is that you don't have good reason to reject Islam. Yes, we do. Given that the criteria you have used establish genuineness, claims of Jesus is met by Muhammad as well. No, it is not. Again, all we have are stories being pieced together later into the Quran that Muhammad told his followers. His followers didn't see him split the moon. So it's not eyewitness testimony. Again, like I said, where are these eyewitnesses? Who are they? Give me some names. I give you some names of eyewitnesses to New Testament and to Jesus' resurrection. Give me some names to them witnessing this. I bet you he can't give me names. In fact, I challenged him multiple times. He has not given me any names. My point is that you don't have good reason, this is him talking, good reason to reject Islam, given the criteria you have established genuine claims. Except I didn't establish that the genuine claims of Jesus by that. That's the criteria you're establishing. I never established that. I've told you multiple times that was not my criteria. Multiple times I've told you this. And yet you keep on saying, oh, this is your criteria, and therefore you got to judge it by it. I never made that criteria. You made that criteria. I didn't. It amazes me that you're establishing a criteria of why I believe what I believe, and therefore, if Muhammad meets the same criteria that you establish, that must mean I have double standards. This is insane. It was insane. Trying to get him to understand I had no double standards was absolutely crazy. It was insane. So you can see why it's the weak epistemology, of course, because it's yours. It's not my epistemology. You end up holding contradictory positions. Ancient biographies were a vast body of literature which contained both myth and history. Nope, that's historical novels. He keeps conflating historical novels with ancient biographies, which were not the same thing. Like Plutarch, parallel lives, which by the way does not have myths in it, starts by myths, contain myths throughout the book. No, it doesn't. Intention of bios for to evaluate and preach moral character of ethics, not record history. Where is he getting his information from that? They focus or emphasize moral character, but that doesn't mean that they did that and not trying to record history. As Plutarch writes, and this is where he takes them out of context. For it is not histories I am writing, but lies. Plutarch does say that. He quotes him correctly, but that's not what he thinks that he's meaning. Historiographies and biographies are two different types of genres. History is a different historical writings. Historiography is a different genre from biographies. Bios or lives, they called them lives back then. They didn't call them ancient biographies. We call them ancient biographies today. We call them biographies, ancient biographies, that sort of thing, but they call them lives, like the life of Augustus Caesar or the life of the Caesars or something of that nature. The life of was it? They called them lives back then. The life of Cato and stuff like that. That's what they called them back then. And he's saying he's not trying to write history in the sense he's not trying to write the genre of historiography. He's trying to write bios. He's trying to write lives. He's writing about the specific character of the person he's writing about. This doesn't mean that he was trying to make up information, which is what he's insinuating. He's insinuating that Plutarch is saying he's trying to make up information because he's not very concerned with being right about the person in detail. No. It is historical novels that made up details about historical figures, not ancient biographers. That's not what they did. But his focus point was on a particular individual, talking about that particular person's life and that sort of thing. And that's what Plutarch is getting at. All right. Was not history don't write but lies. The main concern of biography was not to record history. Apparently, he took Plutarch completely out of context. Main intention was to tell people what they should be doing. This is why Gospels belong to the category of bios. Totally wrong. And historical information surely can be obtained from bios. Like I said, he jumped back and forth. One minute he's denying them as biographies, and the next minute he agrees with their biographies, only because he's trying to say that they got fictitious information in them, because he seems to think that biographies did this, but this is false. That's what historical novels did. And historical information surely can be obtained from bios, but mostly we get historical information when we see pattern of historical methodology in writing. The only thing, historiographies have pattern of historical methodological writing. Biographies didn't really have that kind of methodological writing. They utilized literary compositional devices, and they took other kinds of liberties, but they didn't have a kind of methodology in the way they write it, which is but absent in most Gospels, only present in Luke's in preference. It's not even present even in Luke's Gospel. I mean, he writes his first beginning with preference, but that was it, because that's not how biographies work. They didn't have methodology in the writing. Acts, of course, would count as historiography, and that's why it's methodological in the way it's written. Sure, let's talk biographies from which we do extract historical information, and let's compare them to Gospels that would make the matter clearer. Correct? And he said two. Yeah, but he's not comparing the biographies. He didn't compare them at all. You said that evidence is so strong that even skeptics agree. That is why I replied with you, Ludeman, yes, there are stories in both directions, so this proves nothing. Except I was talking about what they're conceding to. The fact that Ludeman is conceding to the Gospels as biographies as an atheist has no relevance to his deconversion from Christianity. So again, it's completely irrelevant. Like I said, he brought up a lot of irrelevant stuff. I mean, a lot of relevant stuff. Some stuff was so random. I was just, okay, what in the world is this guy talking about? It's like, like I said, it's like, us talking about the history of Jesus and me bringing up how I like chocolate ice cream. Like, okay, why? Okay, that's interesting, but why are you bringing it up? I mean, it makes no sense. Okay, Pentecostals are right about performing miracles, and they claim to do it because of their God. Then why wouldn't you believe their claims? In what sense did Christ did anything more? Again, slippery slope fallacy. first of all, Pentecostals, even if Pentecostals are doing miracles, God would be working through them to do them anyhow. This is not completely in contradiction to a lot of Christians, but Christians differ on whether miracles are still being performed today or in what manner in which it's performed, but that's kind of disputed anyhow. But the bottom line in reference to his argument, it's slippery slope fallacy. I have to agree with what they say if Pentecostals are doing miracles. Even if Pentecostals were doing miracles, that doesn't mean I have to agree with everything they say. All they would be right about is that people can do miracles, or that God's doing miracles still through other people and that sort of thing. That's the only thing that would even prove. I mean, what other evidence other than miracles can you provide for Jesus being genuine? All right. Okay, let me see how much more I got. Oh, we got a lot more. I might have to continue this next. Okay, I might have to continue this in the next 2 videos because I'm getting to the point where I've got a lot more left to go. And I think I want to take a break before I do part 5 of this video series. All right. Remember to like and subscribe. And I will include links for parts 1 through 3 in the description box of this video, and be on the lookout for part 5 of this video. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next one.